tournament in the last couple of years, and what is to come for that young man, right? Is it something that today Magnus shows that he's aware that he lost, but don't get too excited, everybody? Or does Esipenko continue to show that he can hold his own with the world champion? We're pretty excited to follow that game. And then you've got Garachkina. She's leading the women's section. I think you would just have to ask yourself at the start of every event she plays in, Garachkina or the field at this point, right? Kind of the Tiger Woods factor. She's just seems to be head and shoulders above the rest. She's 22 years of age, so a borderline junior. But as my partner Ben Feingold said yesterday, really excited to see what's to come for that young woman in her chess career. And I think it's a matter of time before she makes 2,700. And will we have someone who can make noise getting into the top 15, top 10, reaching the type of standing that really only Judah Polgar and Hoey Fawn have accomplished. All right, well, the fun thing about only having 16 players left in the open section is we now get to show you a bracket, right? Visually, that's a hard thing to present, even though in theory we've been in a bracket style event from Sochi from the very beginning, right? It is a knockout and that people love. My favorite event, if I'm totally honest, that FIDE runs anyway, right? Being the International Chess Federation, the governing body of our game. Of course, the World Chess Championship has the most at stake in most people's eyes. But this event, just look at the names remaining. Look at the knockout ahead of us. Wow, this is going to be fun. I mean, am I the only one who's just super excited about that? I am. I mean, look, and now we've got the women's section, Garachkina over there at the top, as we said. I mean, at this point, it's Garachkina or the field, and I'm not sure who I would pick from the field that could possibly stop her, right? Which is why you would probably go with Garachkina to win it all. But of course, we'll find out. Anything can happen in this format. So, well, let me just give a shout out to the chat. You guys are with us. I see you bright and early on YouTube. We already got about 1,300 of you with us. Bright and early over here on Twitch. Bright and early for me here. Getting up super early on the West Coast. The first moves will be made at 5 a.m. Pacific time. Yeah, so let us get at us on Twitter. You know, we've got tweets we've been showing. We've got comments we've been showing from some of the chess.com news and articles. We wanted to bring up one here because, you know, we spent a lot of time yesterday diving into the stats, and we realized that this particular platinum member on chess.com knows what he's talking about, right? There are three things in life: death, taxes, and Svidler making the round of 16. And as we again, just to talk a little bit about that, because, you know, some of these stats might surprise you, but you know, it's top 8 seeds. The actual top 8 in the tournament they very rarely make the top 16. We have stats that say only 3 of them made it in 2005. In 2007, it was only 2, Sharov and Alexeyev. In 2009, it was Gelfand, Gashimov, Svidler, and Ponomariev. Just jumping ahead, in 2015, it was only Nakamura and Giri. So the point is that it's not an easy thing to do to make the top 16 or top 8 at the World Cup because of the style of the event. So it's one of the things that, you know, you really marvel at when Peter Svidler is a guy who's won 8 Russian championships, consistently making the top 16 at the World Cup. So anyway, we got a lot of other stuff. We will have liftoff. The games will get going from Sochi. So don't go anywhere. It is round 5. It's Vishy Anand joining us in just a little bit. It's FIDE World Cup coverage right here on chess.com TV. And the first moves when we come back. It isn't something that today Magnus shows that he's aware that he lost, but don't get too excited, everybody. Or does Esipenko continue to show that he can hold zone with the world champion. We're pretty excited to follow that game. And then you've got Garaskina. She's leading the women's section. I think this is have to ask yourself sort of what is place in that. And here we go. World champion Magnus Carlsen. That's a golf clap. I wonder what they were clapping for. If I had to imagine, it was acknowledgement of the support, maybe of the local organizers. Who knows? All I know is now we have Magnus letting whoever that lady is, the first move, posing for pictures, pose for pictures, pose for pictures. There you go. And D4 is on the board on behalf of Magnus Carlsen, with Andrei Esipenko awaiting to respond. I got a feeling today's going to be epic. So if you only tuned in for the beginning and weren't exactly sure what you were going to do with this Sunday, it might be time for you to change your plans and just stick with us all day. I'm just going to be honest. I don't want to pretend to tell you what to do, but yeah. But yeah, that's what you should do. We've got so many huge games that are going to get underway, and it starts right here. And we're going to be talking about the fact that this is the first time these two have played since Tata Steel, where Andrei Esipenko delivered an upset that made the world turn. We might even bring you a recap of a highlight video we made from Tata Steel of that epic moment that went a tad bit viral on the internet after Esipenko's victory. So we'll bring that to you later, probably at one of our commercial breaks, so subscribers can watch it live. And okay, I mean, here we go. We have D4, Knight F6, and C4, E6 to follow, with a mainline Queen's Pawn game up ahead. Alexander Grishuk will be faced off against Jan Krzysztof Duda as we head over to that particular game. It's actually the same initial move order here. We'll see what move is played on move 3. Looking at the main board on your left there. Other games include Etienne Becreux versus Casper Piorin. As we said, Casper Piorin, not a guy who has been getting as much attention as he necessarily deserves, just given not only that he's made the round of 16, but been pretty dominant to get here. Along with someone else who we highlighted on sort of our recap card to start the event, and that was Vladimir Fedoseev, the Big Fish 1995, as he's known on chess.com. Let's actually just remind you of all the matchups that are coming up here. So we'll just run through them real quick, because of course you can go to chess.com/events and find the games you want to watch. Remember, you can also listen into the broadcast at chess.com events. It's embedded up in the right corner. So if you'd like to view from the main site so that you can browse the games more easily, we encourage you to do so. Magnus and Esipenko right there. Etienne Becreux and Casper Piorin right there to follow. Alexander Grishuk and Jan Krzysztof Duda. For those that are fans of chess.com, we have to highlight this is a rematch of the semifinals of the Speed Chess Championship, where Jan Krzysztof Duda completed an amazing comeback down 2 games with only 4 minutes left. We almost rarely never see that, and then won in overtime. So this line with 4 bishop to d2, one of those anti-Grunfelds that has gained a lot of popularity as players can go very deep with engines. It's not a move that meets the eye and says, hey, that's not the most active move you've ever played in the opening, but the principle. Sometimes you see weapons like this, and you just have to appreciate the practical nature of this moment, and that Fedoseev is probably putting Ivic a little bit in the think tank early on. Although Ivic doesn't seem to be surprised. He's actually up a little bit on the clock and has already played the move 9e6. We are still in mainline opening theory here, with the most popular move being bishop to c4, bishop takes g7 being the second most popular move after that. So, okay, we've set the stage here for this Grunfeld. Let's go ahead and maybe find ourselves a different one to look at. I'm going to go look at Durabaili versus Vidit Gujrathi. So let's head back over there. Here we go. Check out some more theory here. I'm going to take a sip of this coffee as the fans continue to pour in. Thanks for being with us this morning. All right, what do we have here? Mr. Gujrathi is white. We have a Slav system, an exchange Slav now with CD5 and knight C3. Okay, Robert and I have talked about this. I always mention Robert even when he's not on the show. We've spent so much time together. Maybe we should think about that. Getting outplayed, there's a lot of practical ways to create a mess. Positions like this can get very tricky. And this move 95, this is not the most popular approach here. Bringing up our database, I can say that E3 thousands of times, rook to C1 to follow it, 95 this early on, really trying to create some spice. So that's an interesting thing to do. Queen to B6. A natural thing in any queen's pawn game when the queen's bishop has developed early is to poke at the b2 pawn. So, but we're quickly getting into roads of less theory. And after knight takes c6, b takes c6, and queen d2, we're already in a position where only a couple dozen games have been played. Bishop f5 looks like it's the main move here for black. The advantages for white are very clear here. I mean, if we just look at the structure, fixing the pawns with ideas of knight a4 and heading into c5, the positional outline is clear, right? You have an agenda, and that's interesting. Obviously, going for that sort of idea right away is going to allow things like e4 to become available. But if I'm just looking at this position with a bird's eye view, I'm liking this without knowing the depth of their preparation. To me, the transition makes positional sense for white. White's plans and these structures, again, if you can make 5 moves, it's rook c1, e3 and bishop d3 just to hold the e4 square. But then knight a4, and Bob's your uncle on the c file, right? Let's focus and bear down on these positional weaknesses, whether it's the c6 pawn or the c5 square. So that means black has pressure to sort of change the nature of the position to not allow that. What does that mean when we say change the nature of the position? It can mean change the pawn structure itself, right? Things like c5. It can mean get super aggressive in the center so your opponent doesn't have the opportunity to execute a plan. And it can also mean changing the pawn structure in another way. If somehow you could manufacture an e5, a thing like knight d7 might both hold and prepare a pawn advance. So setting the tone a little bit of what we might see. I'm excited for for Vidit Gujrathi's preparation to be shown with this, again, early 95. Okay, so let's continue to roll on. Probably back to the highlighted matchup of the day. We've had Carlsen and Esipenko on the camera for the most part, so let's go ahead and bring up that board and see where they've gone over the last few moves. A Catalan. Queen's Gambit declined, sort of Catalan, so I misspoke slightly in saying it was a Catalan, but if you remember, we started with a Queen's India move order for those of you that have been here from the beginning. We've got D5, a transposition. Remember, when Knight F3 is played, you have a lot of options. D5, B6, Old Indian, Bogo Indian type of stuff. D5 is probably just the most straightforward thing to do. After G3, Bishop B4 check, Bishop D2, Bishop E7. Okay, so this is a common little game of tickle that Black can play, because what you're saying is, yes, I lost the tempo, but your bishop on D2 actually steals the square from your knight, who you want there not only to support C4, but E4. So just as far as the theory goes, Bishop G2, Rekharovka, Kon Bedesim. That's Knight BD7 for those speaking Russian out there. And that's where we stand. Looks like Magnus is on the clock, taking a second to think. So I'm going to take a sip of Joe here. Yeah. 5,000 of you on Twitch early on, a few thousand of you on YouTube. Stick with us here. Grandmaster, World Champion Vishwanathan Anand will be here within about a half an hour. And likely with us for the rest of the day. Vishy and I will be holding it down as a pair, and I can't wait to talk so many bad things about Ben Feingold. I'm going to get Vishy to tell so many stories about Ben Feingold. That's worth you just sticking around, not going anywhere right there, let alone getting Vishy's thoughts on the amazing event that is the World Cup right now, and all the stats that we brought up that showed just how difficult it is. I'm going to talk to Vishy about Peter, right? Svidler and him go way back. They're of the same generation of chess players. They've both been candidates since an early age in their career in the mid 90s. And again, when you look at Svidler and his career, now so well known as a chess commentator and chess personality, but the dude is an actual chess god, right? Peter Svidler is an actual chess god. And I can't wait to get. He's had about as an accomplished career as you can have without becoming a world champion. That's the kind of career Peter Svidler has had, and I can't wait to get Vishy's thoughts on his peer. So, Bishop to C3, muy interesante. Interessante. I don't know why I'm speaking other languages today. It's a little early. Bishop to C3 is not among the most theoretically well-known moves here. Queen to C2 is at the top. Queen to B3 follows. Bishop F4 is a repositioning of the bishop that's been much more popular. Bishop to C3, according to my database right in front of me, has only been played 9 times in total. And frankly, I can see why. I mean, the bishop looks awkward here, especially staring down a maneuver like knight e4. But, a move like bishop to c3 has a structural sort of prophylactic goal in mind, which is what you're saying with the bishop here is you're never going to get c5 without immediately improving my pieces. Bishops don't move that way. Early broadcasting diagonal drawers do that. That's not how bishops move. Bishop moves this way. So bishop to c3 makes sense from that point of view. But again, considering that knight e4 has been played and is a likely response, the main line for white is actually knight bd2, where you're sort of allowing this exchange and loss of the bishop pair for the fact that this brings more strength into the center. Now playing for e4 might give white even more potential for this bishop in the long run. So interesting stuff. A potential early departure of the bishop pair for Magnus could be on the agenda if knight e4 is played. But you can already tell Magnus, what did he do there? He took his time on knight bd7, spent a few moments to make sure that he played something that, whether he's prepared it or not, maybe he thinks the chances are high to throw off his young opponent, I guess, with a slightly lesser known move, right? So these are some of the things that could be happening. All right, we'll come back to that. I want to switch over to Grishik's game with Jan-Christoph Duda. So we'll go ahead and pull up that one again. Another big marquee matchup is going down. Remember, of the top seeds, the top 3 left in the field are Magnus Carlsen, Alexander Grishuk, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So as far as the biggest names, in fact, I wonder what the chat would say. Maybe we could throw up a poll at this point in the round of 16. Would you take the top 3 seeds or the field to win it all? I actually don't know which I'd pick. I know that it seems like the easy take is, hey, Magnus Carlsen, Grishuk, and MBL, those are the household names that many know. But these guys are all super, super strong grandmasters. The World Cup is designed to challenge and expose all the different types of formats that a chess player would need to play, classical, rapid, and blitz. And, you know, we keep talking about the pandemic from like the young guns perspective, but what about the pandemic from guys that are maybe not, you know, maybe they're not 19 anymore, but they're still pretty damn good and know exactly what they're doing at the chessboard. And, you know, if I'm picking the top 3 against guys like Fedoseev, Gujrathi, Durabali, Karyakin, right, Peter Svidler, I don't know who I would take. So that's maybe the chat. I would be wondering what you would think. It would be super exciting if Magnus won. I mean, I see Stevie 221 saying Magnus going to win it all. I mean, what a year that would be if Magnus Carlsen won the World Cup and successfully defended his title. Of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi has something to say about that coming up later in November, and we will have coverage of that with camera feeds here on Twitch, the only channel that will have live camera feeds of the Playing Hall on Twitch. So if you're on Twitch, mark that. We, of course, will be live to YouTube and Periscope if you're watching on Twitter right now and everywhere else. We'll be live to TikTok, by the way, for if you happen to be a 12-year-old kid out there watching way too much content on TikTok right now, more than your parents really appreciate. That's between you and your phone. Any Hooters. Okay, so let's back up and check out this opening. How we got here between Grishuk and Duda. And let's do it. So we had D4, Knight F6, C4, E6, Knight to F3 played. Another Queen's Indian move order led to D5. So this is the same thing we had in Carlsen Esipenko, as we see Andre above us there. But we're going to continue to look at Grishuk versus Duda here. Knight to C3 and then DC4. So difference in terms of the games they played, just quickly to flash and remind you, G3 was played by Magnus. Grishuk chooses to play Knight to C3. We have DC4, E4. So we're going directly into a mainline Queen's Gambit accepted now, which is not something you see every day, especially with this particular move order. E4, a very, the most enterprising way to play the position. If we switch to the openings tab here, you can actually see, and of course you can do this directly on chess.com. All I did was, instead of watching the game live, you can actually access the analysis tab if you want to get real-time highlights of accuracy scores and other stuff. The openings tab is super effective. Just to get a very updated look at what the ECO Encyclopedia of Chess Openings tells us. So E4 is the most aggressive move to play, but the point is E3 is not far behind it. Played almost as much and just frankly the much more solid positional thing to do. Takes C3, bishop B takes C3. We'll go for it. B takes C3, and then bishop to E7. Taking C3, you can just guess, is probably exactly what you don't want to do in a position like this. Losing this much time to rapid development for white, likely going to lead to some very good attacking chances. So bishop to E7, this is the main line. But instead, we see the move Knight F6 by Jan Christoph. And after Queen A4 check, which is the main move, Knight to C6, Bishop to G5. Bishop takes C3 rather than Bishop E7. And this is where we stand with Bishop H4 and castles. Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit about this position. They're going to show us their prep, which will be exciting, but objectively, you like black for the optics, the bishop pair, a better center, and you go, what's wrong with white's position? Well, did we forget we lost a pawn to get here, right? So if you're just adding up the math, let's not forget that white is down a pawn. But again, you've got to believe that there's some sort of preparation that Grishik has here that's going to make this very tricky. Because if you take in every other factor of the position, the pin dynamic, and where's the dark square bishop to help with that, that's a serious problem for the rest of the game, right? Moving the queen off will allow a capture and double pawns. Not moving the queen off will forever cripple your activity and your development. Every single one of white's pieces is going to be on a happy square, right? They have their happy place waiting for them. Even if the queen has to retreat from a4, you might have a diagonal like this waiting for you in your future with dirty things intended for the king side. Bishop to d7 is the most natural developing move here, and really the only thing black can do because b6 is prevented. So I wonder if bishop d7 will be the move that is coming for black. But again, if we're just taking stock of white's moves here, rookie 1 to b1, queen back to the diagonal, the b1 h7 diagonal. Wow, I'm excited to see this game. This is already a very, very free result kind of position. The kind of position where the computer says 50-50, not because it thinks it's a draw, but because it's like, I don't know what's going on here, and I don't have the depth. I don't have the depth to go deeper here, right? This is a really, 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 really exciting game. Two bishops, better pieces, the potential for a kingside attack versus an extra pawn for Duda. And again, it all started with this really aggressive choice from Grishik to play for the e4 line rather than the more solid e3 that you often see at the high levels these days. Like I said, even though e4 is statistically played just barely a little more, I feel like e3 is the move we would normally see. So exciting to see what happens there. We've got Svidler and Shanklin on camera. Let's pop over to that one, huh? Peter Svidler with the white pieces, as you can see, versus the American, Sam Shanklin, the only American currently still dancing in Sochi. Been an amazing event for Sam Shanklin, who has not lost a single game, right? He's drawn and won. So as far as proving to be a tough guy to beat, Sam Shanklin is just that. This matchup is anyone's guess at this point. I mean, if I had to pick on paper at the start of it, coin flip, I like Peter Svidler's experience. But at the same time, Sam Shanklin, again, maybe the most untalked about, best prepared player in the world. I believe that Sam's opening preparation is that good, and we don't think about it. I mean, just not just because he hasn't totally cracked into the world's elite. You think of guys like Fabiano Caruana in terms of preparation, or if you're talking specialty openings, guys like MVL and his Neidorf and Grunfeld, right? But Sam is a super well-rounded, super solid, super deeply prepared guy. And it shows in tournaments like this where he's just such a tough out. Because part of the key of still dancing in Sochi is don't lose. You may not be able to win every game, but as long as you don't lose, right, you're going to get yourself all the way to the Blitz and the Armageddon tiebreak. So, and I know that was a bit of a Captain Obvious stat. Forgive me for that. But yeah. But okay, let's continue here. Let's see what openings we had between Shanklin and Peter Svidler. E4, C5. We've got a Sicilian, a Rossalimo Sicilian, with bishop to B5 check. Knight D7 and then A6. Okay, so this is good stuff, and even though it starts out with a Sicilian move order, you're very quickly heading into a Ruy Lopez, a Spanish structure with C3 and D4. That's the only intention you can possibly have when you put a bishop on D3, right? Because the bishop does not belong there, and nor does any other piece on his team want him there. So bishop B3 signals that we're going to head for a Spanish type of game. Rook E1, E6, and then C3, followed by bishop E7, bishop C2. Not even really referencing the opening book here because just kind of know this stuff. This is very straightforward theory. And after knight bd2, queen c7, and knight f1, you get a position. This is a Ruy Lopez with one difference, right? Pawn is on e6 instead of on e5. So let's take stock in the positional differences, right? White still has the possibility of going aggressively toward a king side. That's always on the table, and so black can't ever underestimate the transition there. With that said, black's position is also slightly more flexible than you see in a Ruy Lopez. The disadvantage of the pawn being on e5 is the disadvantages, I should say, are kind of numerous, right? To start in a normal Lopez with the pawn here, these two squares are always left open. What exactly does a maneuver like knight f1 usually signal? I'm headed to the e3 square to pop in there, or even g3 to pop into the square, right? So everything you see white doing traditionally in a Lopez here normally has the e5 structure. So it's a slightly more closed position in nature, but black has structural weaknesses that he can't undo. Here, black can still play e5, but he also doesn't have to, right? And keeping the position open also means this bishop has a slightly brighter future than it often might have in a Spanish. The bishop is still on b7 in a lot of Spanish games, also on d7. But this position just has a little bit more maneuvering. I would almost equate it to what I always say: why are the top players always playing the Italian these days, right? The Italian is played at the high levels these days so often, precisely because it's less committal with this d3 line than you get in some of the main line, very deeply played out Ruy Lopez theory, or positions where you've got the knight on c3, right? It's precisely the fact that both sides have a lot of options that the top players are attracted to, because it gives you more room to outmaneuver your opponent, to outprepare your opponent with subtleties. So anyway, I would equate it to that. So this is going to be exciting. Sam castled right in the face of danger, and it is inviting some of the most aggressive potential ideas here for Svidler. And we see Peter doing a little bit of the shimmy. I kind of like that. Wait, can we get an instant replay on that? Look at the shimmy that just went down. I'm going to ask Vishy if the shimmy signals confidence from Peter. Does it signal, deep preparation? Does it signal the need for preparation H? Is that appropriate? Can I talk about that? I don't know, but I just did, right? This show is not sponsored by anything like that. But there you go. I don't know what the shimmy's all about. Checking in over here. Checking my shout out to my boy Butta, John J-Dub, saying I look fly today with this suit. I appreciate that. The suit is actually meant to cover up the fact that I didn't want to wear my long sleeve collared shirt. So I've got this is a very comfortable on my skin Lululemon polo. I'm going to be honest. It's very nice. It's very silky. My skin feels good. Okay. But I'm covering up the fact that it's a short sleeve in here. So the jacket is actually a cover up for my intention to look fresh. I appreciate that. And thank you for the text message there. I don't know why you're not in bed right now. It's really early, John, but appreciate you being with us. Checking in with chat. Appreciate everyone here. That's what I'm doing on the old laptop. All right. Well, we've got a lot of other matchups to check in with. We're going to continue to roll. I think we'll continue to rock and roll here until Vishy joins us. Who needs a break, right? You guys don't need a break, right? You guys having a good time, guys and gals? I say so. Taba Tabai, and Marty Rosian. How did we get this position? We're going to find out right now. We have d4 and c4. Again, everybody and their cousins starting out with the knight f6, e6 move order. But now we have our first mainline Nimzo. Again, if you're just tuning in, both Carlson and Grishuk played the move 3 knight f3. If we're just doing that thing we do where we compare all the openings and the preparation that the top players are bringing to the round of 16. So we have a mainline Nimzo with e3 and then bishop b2. Now, so c5 is the sharper commitment. Often when you get e3 and bishop d2, the route you can choose is actually d5. And again, because that's a direct transposition to a queen's gambit. But what do you normally see in a QGD, a queen's gambit? Well, you see this bishop on f4, as we have in Vidik Butrathi's game, a Slav. You see it on bishop g5 in a QGD. So often black will play d5, transpose it into sort of an equal looking queen's gambit. c5 is a big commitment because this is a Nimzo move. But often the Nimzo moves are based on this transition here, meaning the double pawns are what you're going to get. If you're playing c5, after d5, we get bishop a6. This is a fun Nimzo. B3. I got to check the openings book here because I'm already thinking, wow, are we really, we are not following super popular theory here. For sure we're not. B6, D5 is the main move, but it hasn't been played many times. And after bishop A6, we're already basically in original territory. I know there's still a couple games here, but as far as the top players are concerned, you're looking at this openings book and it's anybody's guess as far as who prepared deeper. And the fact that B5 is played by Marty Rosyan, I love this move, and I love how well these guys know this line. The capture eliminates White's idea of having a dominant dark square bishop, so that's good. And after the capture on D5, I assume we're going to see knight takes D5. No, queen takes D5 is on the board, and I am not exactly sure what to make of this line. Neither is the engine, for the record, so don't judge me. Seems pretty close to a coin flip. If we take stock, both the pawn and the rook are hanging, which means you wonder if black has to come up with something dynamic as a response here, whether that's like queen f6 to hit the knight and slide to c6. I mean, queen to c7 is an option after queen a8, knight c6. White will obviously give up the queen for the two rooks, so I doubt that. Also, queen a5 is an option now that we're here just seeing some obvious moves. So this is sharp, and it may be getting out of my realm of being able to evaluate. So as we have our camera on Fedoseev and Ivic, I think it's time for us to bring on someone who might be a little more prepared, not quite so out of his depth when it comes to this Nimzo theory. That, of course, you know who I'm talking about, the Vish. Vishy64 the King, as he's known on Twitter. Don't go anywhere. When we return, Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Cup continues now with world champion Vishwanathan Anand. We will be right back. And we are back as promised now with the one and only Vishwanathan Anand Vishy. Thanks so much for being with us yet again. And we are now in the round of 16 at the FIDE World Cup.
Yeah, quite a dramatic tiebreak day as well yesterday. So
yep. And so many big names still playing, so many stories ahead. I want to get your thoughts on a lot of the stats we were looking into with the team yesterday. Just really appreciating how hard it is to win the FIDE World Cup. I learned that the top seed has only made the round of 16 4 times at the FIDE World Cup. Does that stat surprise you?
Slightly, but you expect very few of the top seeds to survive because the format is so unpredictable in its nature.
Right.
Still, you would have thought the top seed would be one of those to make it, but
right.
It's surprising it's quite low.
Yeah, I agreed, and you know, it makes a stat that Peter Spidler has made the round of 16 all 9 times he's played the World Cup even more mind-blowing. But okay, we'll get into that later.
Yeah, actually, I think he's a machine in this format because
yeah,
he's the only one who really seems almost indifferent. He's happy to coast along. He doesn't seem to feel any stress at all. Yeah. And I think that's why he's so good at it. And he takes his time. He's one of the happiest guys to go into tie breaks. And at least that's the way it looks outside. So I think he's almost...
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We managed to bounce around a whole bunch here in the first half hour, set the tone. But one of the big matches that we didn't even get to at all is the one in front of us now, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the white side of Berlin. It actually makes me feel better that we hadn't gotten to it yet because, well, this is pretty much all theory, and we've seen MVL play these positions so many times. Though he is now on the clock, and behind 30 minutes in doing so, he's really taking his time to think about this last move from Karyakin. King takes d8. We'll run through the Berlin here, Vishy. You know, we make a lot of Berlin jokes, but the truth is that this position is played for both sides at the highest levels because it still offers chances, I guess, for both sides. But I'm going to go through this main line with knight h3. You can yell at me.
And rook h6 is a nice move. I subsequently, the line caught fire. Everyone started to play it, and it's become the main line.
You were a
but I always thought it's a slightly harder line to play because I think there are more natural ones to play in the Berlin. But in rook h6, there are sequences that you used to need to know precisely, especially the knight e2 and b6, bishop a6 lines. There's a lot of theory. But nowadays, this seems to be the one that everyone heads for directly.
Okay. And so to talk about the idea, right? Obviously, these positions have been played so much, but the bishop f4 variations with h3 were kind of all built around the hope that white can kind of punch e6 through and get tactics that take advantage of the king in the center. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying. So this approach of h5 and rook h6 combined with the bishop on e6, you say it's a super precise line Black really needs to know well. Can you give us a little bit of the high level of Black's goals in playing against White's 4-on-3 in this Berlin structure?
It's not very abstract. I mean, the lines are concrete, but the idea of rook h6 is very simply that Black threatens bishop takes g5 and rook g6. So White has to react. So White either plays knight g4 or he can move his king and so on. And if you capture on e6, you play rook takes e6, and in fact, Black has a decent position. Either knight h4 g6 or something like that is coming, or g5 could be.
Right.
I simply meant that there are lines, I think, where even if you forget your precise variation, you can still cope. But in h5, there are at least one or two lines. I'm almost making a pun out of this. that I've forgotten which ones exactly, but you need to remember well. Okay, so that makes any sense.
You're saying these are lines you can't forget, and you've forgotten which ones you can't forget, right?
Yeah, something, because I haven't played this in a long time.
Right.
But when I was preparing it, I thought there were line sequences you actually need to know exactly.
Yeah.
But Karyakin is as much of an expert on the black side as Maxime is on the white side. So this is a battle of heavyweights in this line.
Yeah, for sure. Rook takes d8, king takes d8, and that's partly why I guess Maxime really takes his time before committing g4. For those following on the events page at chess.com, you can see that the time stamp really shows you White took a lot of time here, more than 25 minutes before committing the g pawn. That's a big move here. And after h takes and knight to d4, pretty much immediately from Karyakin. So Sergey not too thrown off. Like every Berlin, we could make a statement here and say, oh, it'll eventually be a draw. But let's not do that, and instead talk a little bit about the trickiness here, right? Black is threatening bishop takes g5 with knight f3. Trading on e6, black will take with the rook, and you've still got these positions where White has a 3-on-2, but also the pawns are maybe kind of targets for Black. What do you see when you look at this? And maybe this is one of those lines that you can't afford to forget, even though we've forgotten what to do.
Well, already knight d4, I thought the move was usually knight h4. At least when you go knight e6, rook e6, and then head g4, they usually go to h4. So, but knight d4 certainly looks like Karyakin has checked it, and Maxime is now thinking for a long time. Well, the problem in these positions is it's so easy for it to fizzle out that that's why I think people prefer anti-Berlin alternatives, because those don't fizzle out quite so easily.
Right.
So moves like d3 and all this recent stuff with
all the other
d4 and all that.
Referring to for those who really want to know Berlin theory, there's all kinds of other ways that White can play move orders, that even either rook exchange, just ways that you can attempt to add a little bit of footwork and maybe get something with some maneuvering ideas later on, so it doesn't fizzle out. But here it seems that knight takes e6 is the main move, but there's also rook to d1 here, right, to pin the knight. Both are options, and maybe they'll transpose something like rook d1 and c5 eventually with a trade here. And White's idea usually is to quickly move the bishop away so you can start to advance your pawns here, right? Or is there some other plan here for White?
No, that's pretty much it. Bishop g3. I don't know if Black can play king e8 or even king c8, because when you play f4, I have this move rook g6 still, so you need some more effort to make it work.
And the g pawn is a problem.
And if you play g5, then you lost your square on f5. So,
according to Peter Dockers, our guy working hard with all the news reports, if you're not reading the daily recaps at chess.com/news, that's a you problem. H takes g4 was a novelty. It's probably one of those novelties that's kind of a foregone conclusion, where the move order is sort of the only debate, but because overall H takes g4 is kind of probably an obvious idea. But
okay, Maxime seems to be going rook d1 now.
Yeah, he's got the Maxime hover. Slides the rook to d1, the Maxime hover. We had a Peter Spidler shuffle in the chair earlier. I was going to ask you to translate Peter Spidler's shuffle, if it was like a confident shuffle, if you played against him when he kind of shuffles in his chair. Who are some of the top players who are most annoying to play with their body language at the board? Let's be honest. Let's just air it out here. Who are the most annoying body language players to play? Or if you don't want to be controversial,
you get used to each guy. I mean, Anish and Hikaru like to stare off into space.
Okay.
Swidler and me, probably our eyes go out a while, but I don't think we stare quite that much into the roof and the ceiling and all that.
Right.
But they're not guys who are too annoying.
Yeah, just animated.
Maybe the more confident ones like Nepo and all, but what's more annoying is when they actually have a good position. Then their stuff annoys you more.
I guess annoying is. I was just kind of being funny, but I guess animated, right? Gary Kasparov was known as super animated, right? You've played against so many players throughout generations, so Gary was one of those guys who, really obviously was engaged at the board, right? To say.
I mean, he wore his emotion. I mean, his emotions on his face, his sleeve, if you like. He really could not. If he played a bad move, and what was annoying about Gary is if he thought your moves were bad, he would
let you know,
smirk at them, and that's very annoying because I mean that is really annoying because you feel that you would rather not have that opinion expressed that way. But anyway.
Yep. We see Anish Giri watching our show. Shout out to Anish because he just made a quick tweet about the 13 Rook H6 that you played for the first time at the highest levels in 2011. I don't know what you're trying to say, Anish, but we'll come back to you later, buddy. All right. Speaking of coming back, we got other games we haven't looked at yet. We can always go back to the top and look at Magnus and Esipenko, who not exactly sure if this position is live or if we've got more moves being played. There we go. No, actually, this is. Sometimes you wonder because it does happen with DGT relay. Sometimes the boards freeze. In fact, I was sitting here an hour early before the game, and whoever was messing with the top board, the move D4 and E4 kept being played in the relay, even though the games hadn't started yet. So people, but okay, they're just thinking for a long time, and both players really trying to navigate their way in this sort of obscure Queen's Indian / Catalan. Vishy, any thoughts about this?
Bishop C3 is one of those lines you're kind of aware of. I didn't think that C5 was the main move there.
Yeah.
But it's a bit strange that they play C5 and then start thinking so long. But many times when you're thinking, you're not really caught off guard or something. Quite often you're just trying to collect your thoughts and wake up even. So
right. Yeah, according to our database, C5 is actually not the main move. Knight E4 is the main move. So C5 is possibly a move that took Magnus a little bit by surprise.
Maybe Anish can tweet something about the value of C5.
Yeah, Anish's game is strong.
I know you're dying to tweet it, so just say it. Come
on. So Knight BD2 is played to stop Knight E4. I mean, I was pointing out the obvious free join. I mean, the bishop on C3 is going to obviously add a little bit of dynamics if you do try to do the typical thing in this structure, which is play C5. But Esipenko just goes for it. So this will be exciting to see. I think the most natural.
I mean, B6 is a natural move. Even if you get hanging pawns or something, it seems quite reasonable. So.
Yeah, B6 makes sense.
The Catalan is a problem that nothing seems to be very alarming till suddenly it's quite late.
Right.
So.
Okay, well, I want to bounce to one of the games that is super far along because we may not have a lot of time to look at it. That's the one between Fedoseev and Ivic. They are already in a rook ending where, there doesn't seem to be a lot of life left in this one. So we'll quickly go through the opening, but probably just.
And when we have someone who can make noise, getting into the top 15, top 10, reaching the type of standing that really only Judah Polgar and Hoey Vaughn have accomplished. All right, well, the fun thing about only having 16 players left in the open section is we now get to show you a bracket, right? Visually, that's a hard thing to present, even though in theory we've been in a bracket style event from Sochi from the very beginning, right? It's a knockout. And that people love. My favorite event is
this Bishop D2, Bishop C3 line.
Anyway, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
you saw my game with Nepo last year.
Yeah, that's a kind of a famous.
I played it in the match with Magnus as well. So obviously I'm not a heavy D4 player, but I have played Bishop D2. It is it's a line with. It is quite popular recently.
Yeah. So what's the? Do you feel like is there something more to this position than Fedoseev was able to get? It looks like we're headed toward a road of a lot of simplification very quickly.
My feeling is the best white can do is some sort of 4 versus 3, and it will be a problem
in the live position.
Yeah, in current position.
Yeah.
it should be drawn.
Okay, well, we won't spend a lot of time on this one then, because it doesn't seem like it's going to give us a ton to look at. A game that does seem to have, well, there's a lot of games with a lot of spikes, and again, you can go to the events page and choose them, but we haven't looked very deeply at Binnett's game yet versus Wiley, so this one is, whoa, E5 on the board, F2 is threatened. I like it. What's going on here?
My hunch is still, well, my initial feeling was this looks premature, but I mean, knight G4 and all that. But,
yeah.
Maybe. This one's interesting.
Yeah.
This one's interesting. I don't know. Will I start with bishop d4?
Yeah, another Grunfeld.
Or maybe would I prefer to commit to move later and play bishop c2? No, I can't play bishop c2, bishop e2. So I have to go bishop d4.
Yep. Queen to c7, I assume.
Yes, and then f3.
Yeah, I like it. I like white a lot in this position.
Yeah, and I don't know what should black play. Because if she goes, should be 7. I can just
Queen to c7, I assume. Yeah, I like it. I like white a lot.
Dois.
feel like black is the one in the driver's seat. So the line you were looking at with
No, it's still white pushing, but the thing is, black will, if the king comes to e6, there's a kind of fortress effect. And so rook takes thing, and now I can go rook a2 first.
right. So which line? Let's start from the top again. So you're saying b4, or no? You're saying rook d3 right away, giving up the b2.
It's one idea. I mean, the other thing is to go b4, rook c6, rook d3, and try to play rook f3 there. So it's which one you pick.
King comes to e6, there's kind of fortress effect.
Yeah, key timing that the white rook keeps the black king cut off. Obviously, if black could just pop the king from c8 to e6, this is a completely different position.
Yeah, so when your king comes to e6, I'll have to go to h7 so that I can check you and put you around.
Right.
But the question is, how many pawns do you want to drop on the way to this paradise?
Right. So if rook c6, rook d3, maybe you play a by anyway. I mean, so rook c4 is also, I guess this is the most straightforward try, because if you force rook f3, king d7, rook f7, king e6, rook h7, I can probably take c3. Do I take c3 or g4? Which pawn is the question?
Well, then if you're going to take on c3, why do you bother playing rook c4? You can start with a5. Rook h7, and I can play if I want king e6. And now when you check, I have the f5 square for myself, so I don't see any progress that you can make here. I'll go rook c4 next move, and I'm doing fine.
Yeah, the computer's.
I'm beginning to suspect that Karyakin is very much in home territory, and this one is safe.
The minister.
But this is, I mean, clearly he didn't just play knight d4 for fun, and this might just be equal.
Yeah. Well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is, he's got a lot of fans rooting for him. We see that our Chess.com France coverage actually has more than 10,000 viewers right now. So shout out to our French speaking community, who none of you can hear me right now, but shout out to you anyway. Vichy, do you speak French, or is that one of the only languages you don't speak?
Well, I learned French in school, but my French has stayed stuck there for a long time. In fact, as my Spanish started to get better, I started to forget my French because they're quite similar and you don't mix them up. So now my French is possible. I mean, I can stumble around France and get by, but it's nothing to write home about.
Okay. The games, we have had no results. So for anyone just tuning in, this is round 5 of Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Cup. We are now down to 16 players, tons of marquee matchups. We've been looking a lot here at Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's games and his camera. Let's go check in on Svidler and Sam Shanklin, shall we? Mm-hmm. The guy who we said, we've been applauding his efforts all day. Again, he has made the round of 16 all 9 World Cups he's played in, and just one stat, there are many that kind of show how mind-blowing that is. The number 1 seed in the World Cup has only made the round of 16 4 times in its history. So for a guy like that to be as consistent as he is in this format, here we see he has a little bit of an edge against Sam Shanklin. For those tracking the opening theory, Vichy, it was all theory until h6 by Sam. This was the first novelty, apparently. h6, bishop d2, rook to c8. This is basically a Ruy Lopez without the pawn on e5 for black, the Spanish kind of structure for white. And with the trade on d4 and then b4, doesn't want bishop c3. Everyone wants their bishop on c3 today, and Sam says, no, thank you, not going to allow that.
It could just as well be that gaining a little space like that is nice for him.
Yeah.
So, and if bishop d3, he can keep kicking it with bishop a6. So
right. And that's exactly what he does here.
Yeah.
He threatens it, and so Svidler plays bishop b3. But now we have a single pair of rooks traded, and Shanklin on the clock with a basically deadlock. as far as time is concerned. Okay, so again, super solid. Sam Shanklin is a very tough guy to beat. He has not lost a single game in Sochi. Not a lot going here. What would you say is the advice on the tension here, right? There's this the main thing that's different about the structure is the fact that the black pawn is not on e5, right? So that obviously comes with some pros because it means that f5 is not available for white. You like the pawn on e6 because it controls the squares. But it also means that white always has e5 on the agenda. What would be the Vishy Anand advice on when white should play e5 here or not?
I can't say that white ever wants to play e5.
Okay.
Because I will take and go knight d5, and if you try to do something on the king side, I think I still have knight f8 to covers a lot of squares there. I would play e5 if I was convinced it was going somewhere strong very quickly. But black can easily, for instance, I don't see what's wrong if black plays c8.
Yeah, I think
can you exploit this very quickly? E5, capture, knight d5, queen e4, knight f8, queen g4, something like that. Maybe it's happening quite fast.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering about.
Yeah, and if king h8 and knight h5, so this could get awkward, right? I think this
so there
is what
could be a time when you play e5, right? This is what I was wondering: is there ever an opportunity where suddenly every piece just flips to the king side and black actually has less defense than met the eye just a few moves ago, right?
Yeah, it can go quite fast once it goes wrong.
But you make a great point. Obviously, as long as knight f8 is on the table, this is, what is the phrase? With the knight on f8, there is no checkmate. Then you're never really trying to, you're never really in a position where this is devastating. But
I mean, black
G7,
could, for instance, play rook d8, and this is fairly prophylactic because if now you can never play e5 because I can take on f3, take on e5, and rook is d8.
Okay, very nice. And I'll just show that if e5, chop down. Takes.
If gf3, then d5, and you knight takes e5, and you win.
Yeah, just showing that. And if gf3, then shake
and
bake.
Shanklin actually went bishop a6. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, looks like he has played bishop a6 indeed.
Okay, that clearly eliminates e5, queen e4 forever, but white is going to get the c file. So bishop a6, queen a6.
Bishop a6. If you trade queens, takes. Am I just playing rook c7?
What does he do against rook c7?
Rook c8 or rook c7? Both look good, whatever.
Maybe rook c8.
So is it
possible black can weather all this, but you want to take with the rook
on the board with like rook takes a6?
Okay, then let's do rook c8 check.
Always give check, I say. You got to check to have mate.
No, this you don't want to do because I'll play e5 and.
Yeah, this looks good for white.
Maybe not. Let's see. d5, knight b5. Do I actually have a knockout blow?
Queen e4.
g6.
I feel like I'm just like sacrificing things here. Like, where's my checkmate? Maybe I have nothing. Okay, so not queen e4. Apparently the computer must like something here with the eval bar, so.
Yes.
No computer moves.
I mean, it looks very nice for white, but I'm just trying to see what's the knockout blow because black is threatening queen b7, so it's got to be pretty quick. Maybe bishop takes h6.
Ah, look at that. Puzzle rush. If I take with the king, you're checkmating me, and if I take with the pawn, now you
then queen e4, check queen g4. And
look at that.
Okay, but hang in there. After bishop takes h6, if you go queen b7, I have queen c2 check and I'm a pawn up. Okay, so that's
you just saved the rook. Can't take because of rook h8, and something simple like moving the bishop back is probably enough for white.
Yes.
Okay. Well, bishop a6, maybe that was a dumb suggestion by me then to take with the rook. I think you probably have to take with the queen.
No, but it's you didn't have to go king h7. You could go bishop f8.
That's fair. Yeah, that's actually kind of critical.
Which is probably more relevant because you're threatening queen b7, rook a8, kicking me out of the 8th rank.
Okay. I love
so let's see what happens. Now if I play e5, take, I guess. take. Knight d5. How bad is this?
This is exactly the type of line you were saying when why wouldn't I want to play e5, because now you've overextended. E5 is actually a target.
Well, now that we don't have our light bishop and we can't play queen e4, those are excellent squares for the knights. I remember them from my Meran when I first started playing the Meran. Whenever I'd get the structure, I'd be very happy.
Yeah.
Because actually black is seriously better in the endgame. That b2 pawn is weak because that the black pawn is on b4 and so on.
Yep.
So if I can start swapping queens and rooks,
your Marin is the best in the business. Be honest. How many times have you won a game in the Marin based on pure preparation? Is it like a dozen?
I've won a few games with preparation, but most of the time, as long as the preparation landed me in a comfortable position, I did quite well. It's an opening which suits me.
Exactly.
Unlike the Grunfeld, for instance, where I've hardly ever won a game and I've either suffered or equalized due to my preparation. But clearly, the opening doesn't suit me, and I think it's best I drop it.
But on the white side of the Grunfeld, you've got your immortal victory over Jan the Pawn Machine.
Yeah, well, you can't build a resume on that one game, but
yeah.
Okay, actually, one more thing, Danny. After bishop a6, rook a6, I want to play d5. I think this is the move I really want to play. D5.
Spicy.
Because now I want to land in rook c6, so you have to make a decision.
And
what
you
do
want to land in on f5 if I let you take or play.
That's the hope. If you go knight c5, I can play d6. You don't want to play fe6, but if you play knight e6, then I still got knight f5.
Right, and if you play fe6, you're just positionally, I mean, even like
e5
or something.
So maybe I want to play d5.
I like it. I like d5. So that means Shanklin has to be thinking here on.
So then maybe what Shanky really wants is queen takes a6.
Yep.
Let's try queen takes a6 again.
Okay. Queen takes a6.
So you capture everything.
Take everything.
Yeah. First, if you go rook c7, I think what I want to do is to rook a8. But I think it's a resource for the middle game, not for the end game, unfortunately. Because d5, ed, and then that pawn is just there for the taking. So
we've got Mr. Spidler fully focused in on the position. Looks like we actually have seen the queen trade and rook takes a6. So that is
it's hard to believe that rook takes c6 would be the move. So they're here. Rook c7, I have rook a8. What about rook c8 check? What does black do?
Rook c8 check. Now I can play king h7. I'm no longer worried about devastating things on the diagonal.
Yes and no.
But
no, you can play this.
The open file belonging to white it makes this a 2-result position for Peter in that he can keep. I mean, you can even just start bringing pieces over, like knight e1, knight d3. Like I don't know, like you can.
Or king to d3 is
exactly. Like some sort of way for white to bring pieces into the center. When you own the only open file, you feel like a dictator on the board.
But black is going to like these. Black plays rook a7 and maybe knight b6 or d5 and knight b6 and knight f7. Those knights are going to start jumping a bit.
Yeah. But I still, something happens. Still feels like white is in control of the general direction here when you got.
But not too much.
Yeah. All right, well, let's quickly look back at Magnus Carlsen's game with Andrei Esipenko. One of the big matchups of the day, of course, we know, is this rematch between the world champion and the young 19-year-old from Russia. He did play e takes d5, Ishi. So spend some time before committing ed. And now after e3, rook f to d8. We've got a couple of.
I think he's broadcast his intention for next move, so White's got to deal with that. And maybe knight b3, but then I go rook a c8, and
This just feels good for Esipenko. Like, I feel like, I mean, from the beginning of the game, Magnus has been using a lot of time, maybe trying to out-prepare his opponent, but it's not really working. And now he's down 20 minutes on the clock with the white pieces. This is like the hanging pawn position you show people in lessons as an ideal hanging pawn position. Like you've got
this is one of the better hanging pawn positions, and maybe the reason Magnus is down to 40 minutes is that his idea against it is quite insipid. So maybe this is just not worked out.
Yeah. Well, he has made a move on the
Let's
board.
see what he did. He made some sort of move.
I think it was b3. I saw a pawn push. I'm not exactly sure what it was. Oh no, it was rook e1. Okay.
Rook e1. Okay.
Apparently, I can't read Magnus's body language from here. What good am I as a commentator if I can't read the body language? We've got you for the chess. I don't even know why I'm here. But
what is e3? Why is he allowing d4?
Yeah, well, rook e1 hits the bishop on e7, so it was rook e1, not b3.
Yeah, and so I go d4. Yeah, sorry, rook e1. I go d4. Let's try to figure the obvious move first, right?
I assume I can just take. Although I also have bishop a5 you got to watch out for. But okay, let's say I just take.
On d4. So let me play bishop g2. Yep. Already you don't have bishop a5, and this is your... No, you have e7, but still, that's not for an advantage. cd4, you play bishop a5, I go queen d5 check.
Yeah, you win the bishop. That's a problem. And I can't take d4 for those calculating the tactics, because at the end of the line, black wins the knight on d2. So I think d4 has to be met by bishop a5. I think this has to be the move.
Yes. Now let me play bishop g2.
Okay.
Just because we can. And then what can black play here?
I mean, even just rook e8 looks.
Can I go d3?
You want to play d3 and sack the exchange?
No, d takes e3.
Oh, d takes e3. Okay, I misheard you. I mean, I'm still going to take here on d8.
Then let me see if I can make this e takes d2 work.
Wow. You're a lot more aggressive with sacrificing.
No, but rook takes e7, and I cannot get rook d8. So once I get rook d8, that pawn on d2 will stop your rook queen from ever moving.
Right.
Unfortunately, there's no way I can make this work, because queen takes d8. You can start with queen f3, and I'm almost
yeah, and you're toasted.
For instance, or you could play rook e3 and queen f3, so I can't get this to work. Okay.
You're so much more aggressive with Magnus's pieces, Vishy. I like it.
No, at the board, I think these things. It's just they don't work.
I know. I'm teasing, obviously. All right. Well, Esipenko has some things to think about, but he does look like he's in a pretty good position. Once again, the young man from Russia holding his own against the world champion. And so, on that note, we're going to take another break, but not before we throw it for our subscribers, at least on Twitch. You will not enjoy a commercial. You will enjoy this video that really highlights Esipenko's huge victory from earlier this year. One of the biggest things to happen since the return of over-the-board chess, really due to the last year's pandemic. So enjoy this dramatic recap of Esipenko's last game against Magnus Carlsen, and Vishy Anand and I will be back in just a few minutes.
Knight c3, b5, and look at Magnus's face.
Did he miss it? I'm wondering. Yeah, he is not happy at all. Esipenko is looking to beat world champion Magnus Carlsen. This is a historical moment for him. It is just groundbreaking. If he wins this game, he will be one of the only players to have a winning record against Magnus Carlsen. And as I mentioned earlier, Magnus Carlsen did not lose a classical game of chess for 125 games to tie. It's hard to take down. And in his first opportunity, Andrei Esipenko is about to do the unthinkable.
That's amazing. That's just amazing. Historic moment. He Stop to the clock, 18-year-old Grandmaster Andrei Yesipenko just beat the world champion in a classical game.
And look at it. That he is exhausted from the fight that he just brought to the world champion.
One of the best day in my life. Yes, I feel very great, and I have nothing to say.
And we are back here as fans tuned in to Magnus Carlsen's game with Andrei Esipenko at the break. You'll be tuning into Magnus Carlsen's game versus Jan Nepomniachtchi in November versus for the World Chess Championship, the title on the line. It's going to be epic, going to be awesome. Mark your calendars and join us then. But right now, we got to jump into a game that just brought us a result rather quickly, but not one that was unpredicted by Vishy Anand. They literally played the entire line you were analyzing, Vishy, starting with the move b4 in the position we left it. It's the most natural thing to do given the fact that the pawn is threatened. Rook to c6, as you said. Rook d3 is the best way to defend the pawn because it also threatens rook f3, Vishy. Rook c4, just as you predicted. Rook f3, and now the key is that black is giving up this pawn in exchange for activity. Just to highlight the position, if white had a way to improve and not let the king in the game, this is probably a different type of result, or at least white can keep pushing. The real key defensive point, Vishy, was that white can never really go after this pawn without black immediately improving the king, which dynamically makes all things equal because that active king is going to make up for the pawn, right? And that's pretty much what happened here.
Yeah.
The trade, and
then they just repeated.
Moves because for black to push for anything would include allowing the white rook to be dominant on the 7th rank, and for white to do anything but check is probably risking losing as well due to the fact that black is going to take one of these pawns, and the active king is actually very, very advantageous for Karyakin. So, wow, we have a result. Shout out to all the fans watching at ChessCon France. Unfortunately, MBL's game is in the books, so that ended quickly. But what do you think? I mean, this is kind of what you expect in a Berlin where both sides come super well prepared.
knight e1, f3, knight to e2, knight to c2, and try to shuffle them around.
Yeah, it's a position where white is going to continue to push. Shanklin will continue to defend. b3 has now been played by Peter Svidler. Yeah, it was funny when we first came here. I was wondering if there was a relayer, because this was the position you and I had analyzed.
Yeah.
We had looked at something just like this and just highlighted it would be hard. You know, black would love to play like bishop d8 and rook c7 to get the rooks. The top games in the women's section. Again, highlighting storylines. We talked to you about the flying under the radar, guys like Fedoseev and Purian. We talked to you about the Esipenko-Carlsen rematch, but also Garashkina versus the world is a storyline that has us continuing to wonder who can slow her down. She somehow managed to turn an equal position into one where she's probably pressing now in this endgame with the rook on the 7th rank. The computer says this is equal. This looks horrible for black. I feel this is such a tough position for black to play. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page.
Because I'm also going to take on.
I'm
simply going to take on a7, and I don't see how you're going to convince me not to.
This reminds me of a nightmarish game I had once where I thought I was defending really well, and then all of a sudden my opponent got a rook on the 7th rank, and I realized the position was no longer equal.
No, this is horrible.
This looks horrible for black. So maybe the computer thinks that black can hold this with some really accurate play, but I call the bluff on that. Garachkina continue to press. Let's look at the board, board two. Dana Zagnidze versus Anna Muzichuk. A couple of well-known ladies to the chess.com community, compete in a lot of our online events. This one looks just dead in the sense of, Nietzsche quality.
Sure.
I'm not even going to pretend to invent a spicy storyline in this position. So we're going to move on to the next one. Kostyniuk and Gunina.
Now we're talking.
This is fun. What is going on here?
Now we're talking. This is a fun position.
What is going on here?
G3. And I like black, can I say?
You like black. Yeah, I don't really want to take on G3 because that parts ways with the dark. Don't take E5 because Vishy will sack his queen and mate you. I think I have to take here, so let's look at that. Bishop takes.
Yeah, so you can take, I take, and maybe you play H5 to stop black playing H5. Yeah, that looks reasonable for white.
But like you said, you like black. I'm coming around. I mean, I hate the dark squares, and if black just...
Yeah, well, I was trying to force matters a bit, but I think H5 is reasonable. I've stopped H5 myself. And hopefully I can play Queen E4 and Bishop D3, and I'm in the game. Also, instead of H5, could I go Queen E4? Just put the position, put the Queen on E4, and let's see.
Or maybe even F5 now that we're here, because...
I don't know where exactly. Let's start with E4, and then we'll work our way up.
I thought I was going to take here, but what's your idea? That's no good? Because of Queen D3.
No, then I go Queen D5 check, and I go Bishop D3. And now I want to play Queen H5, and you will never have a check on the A7 G1 diagonal anymore. Yeah. And maybe I've solved my problems.
Yeah. I feel like I really influenced you earlier with my determination for checkmate, right? I definitely had more of a positive influence on you than Ben Feingold has ever had. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Great. Someone clip it and ship it to Ben, please. Appreciate it. All right. So bishop takes, H5. Maybe white's position is better than we first thought because I can't get to the dark squares. You really want white to move the pawn, but if white doesn't do that,
maybe black can play Queen F7 here.
Okay. Do your idea with H6, I guess.
Bishop C8. Bishop C8, Queen B5.
I want to play B4 in so many positions, but just.
But why do I need H5? Sorry, we were discussing Queen E4, right?
Oh, that's right. We switched. Okay, yeah. We switched to Queen E4.
H5 might be playable perfectly, but just to throw this in the. You can play Bishop D7. I play D5. I mean, I'm just making moves randomly. No, Queen C5 check.
You've got this? Oh, wait. But now you open up the diagonal. That can't be what you want, right?
Not too much. Bishop takes D5. Of course, I could have played knight E3 instead of H1.
Yeah. That's why we say Vishy take the wheel. That's why we let you play the moves. Although even in this position, I can take on D. Oh no, you take with check. Sorry.
You can play rook f8.
Oh, you're threatening rook f4. Nice.
I go bishop d3. You'll go you'll go g6. Now you're threatening rook f4, trapping my queen. So what am I? I'm going to go queen g4.
Threatening bishop takes g6.
Yeah, bishop c8. Let's try bishop c8. This is why I managed to somehow mess up with white, because now if queen g5, you have e4.
Oh, wow. e4 is a nice move with bishop f4 next.
And you get bishop f4. Trapping the queen. I was just trying to win the knight, but it's trapping the queen. Yeah, that's a bonus.
Yeah, even
no,
better
okay.
than that. Okay, very
so
nice.
d5 is insane.
Okay, it looks like queen f5 has been played. So wait.
And bishop c8 as well. Okay.
Yeah, so since we left it, bishop g3 was played, followed by queen f5 and then bishop c8. So
wait, now I go queen h5. Actually, white is doing well here. Queen h5.
yeah.
In fact, white is doing very well, because if you play g6, I go knight f6 takes on e8 and I attack c7.
Aha. You take with tempo.
Yeah. So what you're going to do? Queen h5 now.
Yeah.
And I've got bishop d3 coming up. Hey, this is looking very good for white.
Well, it's going to be a fun finish too, because you still have, oh, I guess about 13. Okay, so not as many moves as I thought. Oh, it looks like queen h5 was played by Alexandra, but still a decent amount of moves. Time pressure is approaching. The fourth game in the women's section we have not looked at in some time was this Zhong Yitan game versus Katerina Lognell. We've definitely had some updates there, but we're gonna take a quick break and come back, so we can be here with full energy for time pressure, which is approaching in both sections. If you're just tuning in, only one result has been in the books here in round 5 of the FIDE World Cup, so don't go anywhere. Vishy, Anand, and I will be back in a few minutes to bring you to the thrilling moments of time pressure in both the open and women's sections. It's chess.com's coverage of the event in Sochi in just a few. And as we continue to roll into what'll probably be some of the most exciting moments of round 5, you can get excited about the merch that's available to you at a discount. Use the promo code World Cup. Go to go.chess.com/merch. Get yourself a nice little sweatshirt, a nice hoodie, all kinds of options there. Continue to make requests in our Discord, by the way, if you got ideas for merch. We love when the community tells us ideas. And we'll continue to keep that store fresh like the kids like it. So, hello, fellow kids. It's me and Vishwanathan Anand with you here. Well, Magnus seems to be doing what Magnus does. He's kind of holding on, transitioning. I still feel like Black has very decent winning chances as long as that A pawn stays weak, Vishy. But the timing seems a little awkward, right? Magnus managed to get the rook up. You haven't established the bishop yet on C3, so let's see what happened here since we left.
I think now it's a draw. So
Yeah.
this, I prefer bishop b2, b3, a3, b4 because but I think now it's just a dead draw.
Okay.
He's going to keep harassing the bishop. Black can repeat, but whether he has anything more, I don't see it.
Yeah. Again, Vishy referring to the lines we were looking at, suggesting Esipenko's best chance was to play bishop to b2. Instead, the queens have come off, and the trade of c5 for b2 in this order doesn't seem to have yielded enough. Now bishop c3 would just be met by trading, obviously, and of course the opposite colored bishop position is an easy draw, even just like rook d1 or something like that. So I wonder if they might even repeat. I mean, I hate that one of the most anticipated games of the round would end quickly, but Magnus frankly has not gotten really anything with white, which he didn't get as much.
It's a draw. It's going to be a draw. They're repeating.
Yeah. You think they're just going to repeat now?
I don't see what else Black can do. He can't defend that bishop. He can't defend it with the rook on d8 because I'll take and play bishop d5 and I'm skewering the rooks. Mm-hmm. And if you move the other rook, then so I don't see how he's going to make this happen.
If you move the other rook, then
I've got a nice trick for you. I go rook takes b4.
Okay.
Rook, no, not this. You were supposed to play the other one.
Oh, rook b8.
Rook a b8. Then I go rook b4, bishop c3, rook d3, bishop d2, and rook e b1.
Oh. Nice.
Even that you have rook d7, but okay, then you're paralyzed forever. So you can never move out.
Yeah. Okay, that's a funny line. Is rook
but
a7?
If rook a7 as well, I should be able to do something similar.
Well, here you could even just move the rook so that bishop c3 isn't a threat.
I could go rook b1.
Yeah, and then if bishop c3, you can move the
Knight
knight
b1.
anywhere.
knight b1 and I'm good, or knight
Yeah.
e4 and I'm doing well. Yeah, knight
Oh,
b1.
94 too. Very nice.
Something. So I think Esipenko should repeat. It's only going to get harder for him, and I don't see any upside. So.
Well, Magnus might even be hoping he doesn't at this point, given that he's had such a struggle getting an advantage with the first move today. But if Esipenko plays on, maybe Carlsen gets some outside chances. Let's back up and take a look at a matchup we haven't checked in with for a while. Etienne Bacro is playing Casper Piorin, and Casper is also one of those guys who, like Fedoseev, we highlighted before the round, flying a little bit below the radar, but sneakily having an amazing campaign in Sochi. So let's back up and take a look at the game between Etienne Bacro and Casper Piorin. An end game.
Yeah, by now this seems to have fizzled out totally. In fact, I would take black.
I would take black other than his time on the clock, though I guess.
I think it's probably still under control, but I take black now.
Yeah, I mean, the king is just so much better than white's king. So.
Yeah. Also, white has committed h3 and f3, and it makes it harder to defend. And so on.
Yeah. Okay, close to equality, but okay. I mean, this was a very theoretically known game for those who missed the earlier point. They were actually still following Karjakin Carlsen from Norway 2018 up to the move 18 rook to d1, but this is a gambit that black employs with success, given that white just struggles to complete development. Ultimately, the trade on f3 often gives black chances to get his material back, and so that's kind of what happens here, and the game has fizzled out, except as Vishy noted, if anyone really has chances now, it's black with the super active king and the split h and f pawns. But all right, not the most thrilling game, I guess, from a perspective of, what's on the board. The most thrilling game is probably the one that we kept coming back to and spent the most time on every time we did. But that's between Vida Gujarati and Durabaili. We'll head back there again because yeah, look what's going on here. The pawn has gotten all the way to b3. Something has gone a little haywire here. Vishy, take the wheel.
Well, I was thinking whether I would want to play bishop d6 or play king d7, which looks crazy, but maybe I want to play king d7.
Well, Durabaili
Is there a forced win after king d7?
He could have played king d7 maybe.
Oh, he took on d6. Okay, then it doesn't matter. But,
yeah, he didn't. He took on d6, and Vidit has already.
Well, I didn't want to commit bishop d6 too early because white now can play queen e5, and it's. Oh, he played b2. Okay.
Yeah, he's just all in.
And
now.
if rook b1.
Rook b1's the only move.
Yes. I think we can agree on that.
I mean, the most obvious thing is like, can I get away with a bishop a2? But then you're inviting queen e5.
Isn't it just? We'll go king f8.
So rook b1 has been played. Time pressure not really significant for either player. It's still 15 moves to make.
15 moves in 20 minutes each, roughly, right?
Yeah, should be okay. And queen c5.
Queen c5. That I like as a move because it. I mean, I was very worried about queen e5 and somehow queen c5 didn't occur to me.
This
Can white play rook h5 here?
But.
Gosh, but then you play g5 now.
Something. Oh, g5. Yeah, very nice. Followed
because
by,
if I go queen f6, you have queen c1 mate, so you have to come back queen d2. Okay.
Classic.
So
Yeah, this is such a strong move to hold white's threats, threaten some obvious things.
okay, let me go bishop e4 here. Let me play bishop e4 here. That way I defend b1 and I'm threatening king f1 g2 maybe.
Okay, yeah, that's nice.
You can go rook f8, taking my queen. Queen d2.
Kind of the only move, and now maybe
Yeah, now if you take on d6, I take on b2. So you would take on
take
a3.
or you can take d4 then.
No, then you have queen b4 check, take, and you can follow up with a4, a3. I
Uh-huh.
wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, that's a problem.
No, so bishop e4 might be a bit slow. I really want to play rook h5, but I can't make it work.
Can white still castle? You can.
White can castle, that is true.
I feel like we've forgotten with the king in the center that white can still castle.
Maybe he has to actually.
Yeah.
But then we lose these rook h5 options, but I think at least my king is out of danger.
Yeah.
Eight. Queen e4 maybe.
Queen e4 hits the bishop, but now your king d7 comes back to mind.
No, but then rook f d1. And what's your knockout blow?
Yeah, castles is actually really key because now at least I have a chance to maybe defend
get the
myself.
d4 pawn.
Feels like white is barely holding on here.
He might simply be better. I just don't know. It's a very complex position.
Everything that we've predicted, by the way, is happening on the board. So rook f8 has been played, and queen e4 has been the response. So, super
Now it's
sharp
interesting.
game.
Maybe black should go king f7 actually.
King f7.
But then rook f d1, and how do we move on?
Also counterintuitive to shut off the rook, but yeah, maybe that's the key. And now black.
Well, if my king is on f7, then I can follow up with bishop rook f1, rook f d1. I can go bishop a2 maybe.
In the exchange. Yeah, and this check just forces me.
And I'm able to hide shelter on g8.
Yeah. Castling by hand, as they say. My favorite way to castle.
Well, the no castling.
No castling. You know. So are you officially the world champion of no castling now?
I think it's almost the first 4 games, the only 4 games that have been played. So
I know.
would be pretty much stretch, but
you defeated, fellow world champion Vladimir Kramnik. For those who don't know, we're referring to Vishy and Vladimir played a no castling match not more than a few weeks ago, and Vishy managed to get the better of Vladimir Kramnik.
But look, he's almost the creator of this variant, so certainly a good result. But world champion seems a bit premature.
It was a lot of fun to follow either way, and especially as someone who's a big fan of. Wait, do we have a result or do we have discussion? Looks like it. Oh, okay. It is a result. It seems they repeated, so we'll quickly head over there. Magnus Carlsen, unable to get anything with the white pieces, ultimately does settle on a repetition of moves. I think they had to call the arbiter because it was before move 30, I believe. I'm not 100% sure.
Because of them, but they repeated, 3 times.
You can agree to a draw before move 30 if the repetition is clear, and especially if you make it clear to the arbiters you intend to repeat.
Because if the arbiter isn't there, you could just keep repeating till move 30.
Yeah. So, some small discussions about the final moment there between these two, but Esipenko remains undefeated against the world champion. 1.5 out of 2 games, not bad for the youngster, and they repeat moves, and ultimately, sorry, not that line. That was not what happened. That was our analysis. They repeat moves with the rook playing tag with the bishop, and ultimately they have a draw. So So, all right, another one of the top boards is done. If you're just tuning in, the only other top game to finish was Maxime Vachier-Lagrav's draw against Sergei Karyakin. We have two results in the books here in round 5. And where to go now? A number of options. This Vida Gujarati game is definitely the most exciting. I kind of want to go back and check out Grishik's game with Duda, as well as Tabatabai's game versus Marty Rosian. Choose your flavor, Vishy. Where to go first, Grishik or Marty Rosian?
Let's go for Grishuk.
Nice. You passed my test, barely. I was testing you. Okay, well, what do we have here? Grishik is doing everything he can to prove that he's not down a pawn for nothing.
He may have done a reasonable job of it, but how should Black proceed? Should he play b4? What is White threatening? Is he threatening Queen g4, Rook g8, Queen h5? Not really. Queen f4.
Queen f4 now played. The camera is fixed on Svidler and Shanklin, for those wondering. There's a lot of games in that playing hall, so sometimes the cameras are fixed on a board. So we'll keep a view there on Svidler while we look at this game between Grishik and Duda.
Okay, let me play h3 where Grishik is. Let me play h3.
Yeah.
What does Duda want to do?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'd love to just use the A file, but moves like Rook A1 fail to Bishop takes F5, so don't blunder that.
It's not the end of the world. You can play Knight F5, Rook A1, Knight takes G3. So that is an option.
That's actually true. For funsies. We'll look at it. In fact, Black is actually just doing very well here.
Yeah, but hang on. So after Rook A1, let me go Rook G4.
Okay. But now,
Queen D2.
yeah, Queen D2 just looks.
Knight takes F5. What's happening now?
Knight takes F5. Wow. So am I not taking E1?
You could go Queen G1 check, King G1, Rook takes B1, and Knight takes F5. That is
funny.
nice.
Is that the only saving idea here? That's what's wild. Is if you take it, I'm taking and mating you. Just to point everybody is everything is traded here in the end. White
that
has
was my
Queen
big
F6,
trap, but
Queen G7. But you play Queen G1, force me to take. You win with check, and then you win the knight back. And Black has a rook and 2 minors for the queen. That is a fascinating line. You're playing like a computer, Vishy. I think that's the only move. Or Queen H1. They're both the only move.
Queen H1.
Fascinating. Okay, so H3 I think has been played by Grishik.
Yeah, I think Rook A1 can be done. Let's see if White can do anything different. After Rook A1, can I play Knight takes F5?
Okay.
But you can start with Rook takes B1, and this wins for Black.
Yeah, there's no Queen H6 as long as my queen's on F4, so that's good.
No.
Yeah, this should be good. Even Rook G7 just fails because King back, and then what do you do next? So, okay.
Actually, that was clever of you, because after Rook G7 check, King H8, Rook takes B1, Knight F5, you have Rook takes F7.
Wait, Rook G7, King H8.
Rook takes B1. I cannot play Queen F5, so I have to play Knight F5. And then you have Rook F7, which I wouldn't have had in the other position. But maybe Rook G8 is strong.
Wow. How quickly a position like this, where Grishik is trying to put pressure on the Black King, could flip around with tactics like the rooks coming to the G file in the first ring. So,
okay, so I like Rook A1. Just play Rook A1 and let's see what's going to happen here. Rook A1. You can go Rook G4. What else can you do? Bishop F5. I think we agreed that
Bishop f5, yeah.
If
work.
bishop f5, I have a nice move again, Danny. I can play queen f5.
Nice.
No. You have rook g7 check. No, this doesn't
I
work.
throw in the check. Okay. So
No, then king g7 and yeah.
Yeah, you take.
So
it.
no,
Okay.
I can't do that.
So you got.
So I play knight f5 and I take knight g3, and I think that ought to be enough.
Yeah, you looked at that line. I think.
No, I have queen takes b5 in the end. You could play queen takes h4. You don't need to take on g3. You can play queen takes h4 and you're winning.
Yeah, 2 pieces for the rook. Very nice.
Or better, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
If not rook a1, what else are you going to do? You can't play rook g8. You can move up muscle. You can play b4 maybe. Or... No, but then rook g4, and we're kind of walking into problems.
Let's back up and check in on the game between Tabatabai and Marty Rosian. We've got
Okay.
a direct look into that board currently, and a lot of things are happening. It seems like it's petering out, but still, moves being played pretty quickly. When we left it, Vishy, rook takes a3 indeed was played as we discussed. Not exactly the same position.
No, but he did it when the rook was on a2, so he couldn't play queen b2 and take over the a file. And
that's really
sack
key.
I didn't like so much. I think now he's probably spoiled his advantage. Well, does he even have an advantage? If I take on c1 and I go back to bishop c8, black
Yeah,
is
the
doing
live
absolutely
position.
fine, isn't he?
They almost repeated, but they have now taken on c1. It's Marty Rosian's move. Maybe he'll play bishop c8 as you suggest. We see the young man from Armenia there and his Iranian opponent. So these are two names you should start to get a little more familiar with if you're not. Those who follow chess.com's online events are very familiar with these guys as they have made names for themselves and really done incredibly well. In fact, Marty Rosian is currently playing in our junior speed chess championship. He first game of round 5. I like it. You make a really good point. Again, for those who were missing the line earlier, Vishy described, the rook d8 move was really key by Marty Rosian. Taking a3 would have been a big mistake because of this very nice queen b2, where you force the trade and suddenly black has all kinds of problems. But he didn't do that. He played rook d8 first, and then after inducing this awkward rook a2, now he can grab the pawn, and Black is up a pawn in this endgame. So I know the eval says it's equal, but if anything, Marty Rosian's position might be preferred if you can relocate like you're saying and you have this passed a pawn. What do you think?
It could be that white still has some pull, but I think black can always return the extra pawn. I would say this is balanced. It's going to be equal.
Okay. I was imagining if you could get the bishop here and trade, you would have the knight on b4 and the a pawn feels like black could push that position.
No, but I'm going to go rook a1 right away. If you go bishop, unless you start with rook b8.
Okay. Now
instead of bishop c8, you start with rook b8.
Okay.
Oh, whose move? Oh, it's white's move. Sorry, then it doesn't work. I have the wrong move.
No, it is black's move in the live position.
Oh, then he can play rook b8, rook a1, bishop c8, and he has the rook and swing along b2 or something. So.
Right, and there's no immediate win here of the a7 pawn because the knight is guarding it. So
this looks nice for black.
Yeah.
I mean, I suspect white has more than enough compensation, really, but.
Yeah, maybe something like bishop f3 and then you move the knight. I mean, but. Well, the roaming cam live from the playing hall in Sochi has zoned in on Vidit Gujrathi and Nuravaili. Why don't we head back to that one because it's that's an exciting one. Again, if you're just tuning in, this has had us on the edge of our seat today. King f7, has been played. Looks like that's still the position on the board. So Vidit in thought here, and now under 10 minutes. Nice close-up view there of Durabili.
Yeah, I'm desperately trying to throw something G5, D7, something, and see if it sticks, but I'm not really able to make it work. What can white do?
What if we?
Funny move is queen h7.
Sorry, what?
A funny move is queen h7.
Prevent me from my ideal setup.
I want to play bishop e4 and then have something there, but I don't think this works. For a start, I don't see what to do after rook h8. So.
Yeah, just kicking the queen out.
Okay, what else can happen? Maybe G5.
I was going to say, what if we play the move we've been looking at, rook d1? Is there?
Okay, then bishop a2.
Yeah.
What's your knockout?
I guess I was taking for granted how straightforward that plan was. We looked at this before we left the game, and you're right. Black is probably just winning the exchange. Okay, what if I bring the other rook to d1 to avoid the tempo? The idea being that if you play bishop a2 now, I have
c2.
wait, rook to d2. Oh wow, you can get away with that because there's no b1.
But I can play queen takes d6 if I want.
Yeah, a3. The problem here is a3 is hanging in so many of these positions. I feel like black is a moment away from just transitioning to a winning endgame.
Also, I could play bishop a2 instead of queen takes d6. I don't see a knockout there for black or white.
Oh, the computer does. I don't know what it is.
It's just rook takes b2, queen e7, of course. Yeah, sorry.
Or even queen e7 first,
Yeah,
and then rook
b2. Yeah, no, of course that doesn't work. So then I have to play queen takes d6. I have to get rid of that pawn because it's too dangerous.
Right. What a wild game this was. This has been a lot of fun to cover from start to finish. Vidit playing well in Sochi. Obviously, you've been able to follow his career since he was young because he was, from India. Your thoughts on how Vidit has played overall? You see him in good form, and what do you give him as far as chances in a tournament like this to keep going?
Well, everyone who's reached this round is already survived 4 potential accidents. That's the way you have to see it.
Right.
And with it, he's certainly capable of holding his own against anyone. The reverse logic also applies, but
yep.
Yeah, he has good chances. He's played a lot recently. I mean, online and stuff. So it's not like he's rusty. And here he is. The only match he really had to survive was the one with Adiban.
Yeah,
so.
the one that we covered together against his fellow countryman, the your boy from Chennai, Adiban Bhaskaran. Bhaskaran, I mean, wow, what a coin flip match that was. Almost made it to Armageddon that day when you and I and Ben Feingold were doing commentary. Yeah. Let me ask you a question I asked the chat earlier in the show. Vishy, at this point, would you take the top 3 players remaining, Carlsen, Grishik, and MBL, or the field to win it all?
I might take 3.
You might take one of those top 3?
I might take one of those 3. No,
I would probably still take the field. I think it's a borderline 50-50. Obviously, Magnus Carlsen is one of only 4 number 1 seeds to ever make the round of 16 at the FIDE World Cup. That shows you just how difficult this event is. But there's
yes,
so
but
many strong players
Magnus actually got knocked out in the first round
against Buhong.
against Bu a couple of years back.
Yep.
And I think because Magnus is actually ideally designed for knockouts. He's good in all the formats and all the time controls, and he's got that going for him.
Yep.
Obviously, he's number 1 in every single time control. And if you throw in MVL and Grishchuk on top of that, I'll take it. But it's heavily based on Magnus.
Yep. No, it makes sense. Obviously, the result against Buhong Shi from a couple years ago, it was actually the second round, but Magnus's first game. Because for those who don't know the format of the FIDE World Cup, the top players don't join until the second round. So, yeah, obviously Magnus looking much better than he did that year. But anyway, I think it's a fun question. Chat can debate it. I don't know what Vegas would give the odds at this point, but it is hard to pick against Magnus for sure. Even though today was a tough one for him, he was unable to get a good position with White. And if you're just tuning in, Magnus Carlsen has already drawn his game against the young Andrei Esipenko. There we have Etienne Bacrot. There, playing the white pieces against Casper Pioron.
I thought it was Piorun, but
Pioron. What happened here? The Black's position still looks better to me with the active king and the split pawns, but White has, since we left it, I feel
not
like we have the
anymore.
same
Now
position.
I think White's pawns on the queen side are worth a bit more. So I'll play knight takes
say,
f6.
like, it's the
King
same
takes
position we
f4
had.
and maybe b5. I might be okay already. No, I got it. Go back one move for a second, Danny.
Yeah.
Instead of knight takes f6, let me start with b5.
Okay. And if I take,
I take with the a pawn because I want to dominate your knight.
okay, very nice, constructive. If I take,
And by the way, there was one more trick in the position. Instead of b5, there was knight g3 check, whereupon you have to conduct a shameful retreat back to e6.
I love that. The walk of shame. King retreats.
Yeah, I think White is now for choice. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe it's not huge, but the only one who's doing this is White.
Okay. Interesting. I wonder where this went wrong, because a few moves ago we felt the opposite.
I don't like g6 in principle. It just feels that g7 pawn supporting f6 was like a wall, and I like that.
Yeah. Okay. Instructive. Yeah.
But admittedly, Bacrot seems to have forced it by playing knight g3.
Yeah. He's.
Maybe you should have played h4.
I think actually you're probably right. H4 was probably best.
And then maybe Etienne would have gone. If you had gone f4 check, I can go king d5, not allowing you knight e4.
Yeah.
And so if you play knight e4 instead of f4 check, then I want to play knight d5, and I want to give you a check on f4. After that, you cannot move your king or knight because I'll have king g3, something like that.
That's a really instructive idea. You know, it's funny because I think that obviously hindsight 2020, and these guys are very strong grandmasters, but I think that probably he underestimated how valuable this sort of, like you said, this sort of wall fortress was, and was hesitant to put his pawn on the same color square as the bishop, or likely he made some sort of like more general evaluation and didn't realize how critical it was because yeah, h4 looks like it was like a concrete way for Black to maintain an advantage here. This looks very good for Black. Whereas what happened in the game, this slow approach with g6, and suddenly White is pushing, just like that, everything turns around and White's pieces come to life. So
What did Etienne play? Did he play knight g3 check?
they
King
played
back to
knight-
e6. I think he went for that trap actually.
yeah. Again, king takes f4 was not possible because of the
Yeah.
fork problem on e2, and we have a break problem we're going to take very quick. We're going to solve it by giving us a couple minutes to refresh ourselves before time pressure really sets in. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's more of our coverage. Round 5 of the 2021 FIDE World Cup continues right here on chess.com TV. And we are back here yet again with the FIDE World Cup. We have had a result while we were at the break, Vishy, and that, of course, was between Alexander Grishuk and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. A very specific perpetual based on a concrete line. Final position, Grishuk is down a rook, but it was all calculated before he entered it. After h3, where we left it, rather than rook a1, he played the move king to h8. First of all, what are your thoughts on that move? It's not a move you and I even considered at all for black.
No, I did not consider that at all. At least it solves the problem of rook g4, and maybe it just led to a forced draw. But I'm still, I mean, of course it makes sense to play it safe, but I don't see why he turned down rook a1.
Well, you and I spent a lot of time looking at this. Now that the game's over, I can see the computer was recommending bishop d5, just a super solid move for black.
Basically just passing the move. And if rook g4?
And if rook
Give me 1 second.
or queen back to d6, and there's nothing to it. Apparently. After the trade, your only way to stop the checkmate is indeed rook g8, and we have a perpetual on the board. So really kind of a shockingly fast ending there between Grishuk and Duda. But okay, we'll leave that. Let's go to the game that we had most of the fans tuning in on at the break, which was between Peter Spindler and Sam Shanklin. As you and I observed looking at it, it seems like the comfortable edge continues for Peter. Although Shanklin has gotten kind of all the moves you would want to get, right? Where we left it, the king and the knight were still over here. So the defensive setup has been established, although still white has the grip over here on the king side. So there's always this sort of long-term chances as well as domination of the c5.
Yeah. I mean, if I can get f4, then I should be, at least I have a hope of something happening. And I'm not sure what exactly black is supposed to be threatening. So that helps as well. I would still say this is equal, but it's more pleasant to be white.
So if you were white, let's find a plan. Is it something like just moving this knight so you can establish your goal, as you said, getting the pawn to f4?
That seems like the obvious way to proceed. I mean, I don't see what else I'm going to do, but knight g1 or knight e1, and then trying to get f4 in seems to be good.
Right. You get f4, you bring your knight, I guess, just back to f3. And again, just to highlight for the viewers the instructive point of why white is making progress here. Although the position is symmetrical, this is a good example of where space can really prove strength in a position, even if you don't have, even if your opponent has no weaknesses. Just to show, if black keeps moving, the point is eventually something like this occurs, and what are your options? If you take in those scenarios, you're always creating a mini 2-on-1. So you instantly split the pawns, and if you ignore the rest of the board, white actually has a 2-on-1 majority. If you don't take, well then white will take and strap you with the weakness on h6 itself, right? And whether that proves enough to win or not, it's at least enough to prove progress. And so I think sometimes viewers or chess players can look at this and be like, yeah, like, what's going on? What's the plan? I'm not worried, but there actually is something to worry about here for Shanklin, and it seems that 91 is indeed on the board. And that's an instructive plan to remember, that just because it's symmetrical and there are no structural weaknesses, there are ways to make progress here in this pawn, with this pawn advantage of space on the king side. I like it. I like it a lot. Sorry about that, Vish. You had to go on an instructive pawn structure lesson there. You know how I feel about pawn structure. It really gets my juices flowing.
Okay. I think Vidit and Vasif are heading for a draw.
Okay. let's
I'm not
move.
sure. I'm not at all sure. Wait a minute. Let me play. That seems to be very critical now. Let's have a look there.
For Shelst.
Yeah. So quite a lot has happened.
Yeah.
Bishop A2 was the move I was considering while we were waiting. And then Vidit found a way around it. He played put the pawn on D7 simply, and let's have a look.
Yeah, we've had a few moves here. I will update the board in just a moment, everybody. Okay, so rook b to d1 was played. Bishop a2. E7, king g8. Yeah, this was the line we were kind of looking at. Rook b6 played. Queenie, wow. What a crazy run of moves they have. We can back up and make sense of it in the later. I just want to get caught up. Because in the live position, the queens are off the board, and white has won d4. Vidit has probably seen the worst of it. He's more than willing to give up the exchange if he can.
I think it's now a draw.
Yeah.
Because he has taken this thing, but I'm going to go rook b1, bishop b1, bishop d5.
Yeah, exactly.
You play king f7, and then I think rook a4 is going to clinch a draw, probably. But I'll just be in time to protect everything.
Yeah, some sort of.
And if I play f3, king f2, g4, I'm safe.
Wow. Looks like we're getting the exact line we just analyzed on the board. If Vidit plays the move rook to a4, then Vishy remains a prophet for foreseeing the future.
I think black has to play rook d2 here.
Rook to b2.
I mean, in that end position I mentioned, they haven't gotten that far.
Okay, we'll catch up to it.
Yeah, so I play rook a4 here. Is that what we did?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Take first.
Yeah. Yes, he's gone to a4.
Rook to d2. Yeah, we'll stay in this analysis line because they might actually be. They look like they're about to head to the exact position that we have on. King takes e6. Here comes rook takes a5. And we see rook to d2. We are one move away from the position Vishy and I already have on the board. Yep.
Basically, if I play f3 and king f2, then I'm completely safe. So what black should be aiming for is try to make sure you don't get that easily. So I was trying to make rook d2, king f1, and then some bishop a2, c4 work. But I'm not in time. I think Vidit is in time to establish some kind of fortress.
Yep.
And it's going to be a draw. That's my wisdom on that.
If e2 ends up being the base of the chain, it's going to be very difficult for black to prove anything. You'd have to have
on the other hand, if you play e3, then bishop e4 is terrible for white. So that's the point.
Right.
The pawn has to stay on e2 and as long as possible.
Right. And the pawn also has purpose on e2 because it defends f3, who defends g4, who defends h5. So if e2 is the base of the chain, black would have to have a rook on the second, a bishop on the diagonal, and then some other way to distract, because you would assume that white will have a rook defending, and there's, even if you lose the a-pawn, there's no way to make progress there.
This was a great game. It was fascinating.
A wild game. I mean, probably one where there was other chances earlier for both sides, but
sure.
The players will look at it afterwards and come up with their takeaways for sure on where maybe they missed some opportunities. But yeah, likely this heads to a draw. Vidit maybe is happy given how spicy the position was earlier, and Durabiley will also look at it and maybe see that he had some missed opportunities. So
Yeah. Yeah, rook d2, but I can't see him getting there in time.
speaking of missed opportunities, we don't want to miss ours to catch up with someone who a lot of fans on chess.com know and love, young Christoph Duda. What's up, man? How are you?
Hello, Dad.
Your microphone's a little low for us. We'll try to work on that, but it's good to see you, and congratulations so far on what's been a pretty good run in Sochi, at least to this point. Not to jinx you, knock on wood, but how do you feel about how you played so far at the World Cup?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I haven't committed any big mistakes, which is essential in a knockout format, I would say. Yeah, so far so good. Managing to win without tiebreaks, which also counts for something. Yeah, so far so good.
Well, we'll try to get it set up. I think Vishy and I would like to talk to you about the position you had with Grisha, because we were curious about your decision to play King H8,
which we didn't even see
even
as it was legal.
Yeah, we had spent a lot of time. I mean, no criticism, but we had spent a lot of time actually just looking at your game, so the timing was really perfect. We were analyzing Rook A1 for you and other options, and then we went to a short break and came back, and you had drawn with King H8. So why don't we take a quick look at it? Take us through what you were thinking, if that's okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to play King H8, to be honest, because it allows this perpetual, and I thought I had a decent chance to take over that position. But on the other hand, I didn't see a move for me, to be honest, because Rook A1 I thought was losing to Knight F3. Because Knight G5 is a threat, and after Bishop takes, Rook takes, there is Bishop F5 in the end. So
Vishy and I didn't even see that.
It's very easy to blunder with black here because there's always some Knight F3, Rook G4. I don't know.
That is nice. That is very nice. Okay.
Knight
F3 is... Apparently, the computer wanted to go Bishop D5 and simply say nothing. But we didn't see that either.
No, I was calculating like this, but such complicated stuff. But somehow I thought it's very easy to blunder here. Like you have to be alert all the time.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure even about Rook G4 and Queen 2 Knight takes F5 even. Maybe. No, Queen D6. Okay. Queen D6 I didn't calculate at all. Yeah, okay, maybe. I mean, Bishop D5 was better in terms of practical play, but I just didn't see how to play, how to aim for more, and and after King H8, Rook 6 was kind of natural, I guess, in given situation because it's very tense and it's difficult to play for both sides actually.
It makes sense. You helped me and Vishy understand it. Frankly, we just missed Knight F3. It's such a very nice and subtle shot, and so regardless of the way it finished, overall, if we remove it, objectively, it seems like an okay result for you, right? You've drawn with black, right? In a 2-game match, you'll now get the white pieces against Grisha. Do you want to tell us what opening you're going to play tomorrow? He's not going to watch the show, so you can tell us.
It's actually up to him because he's playing black. He's going to choose. I mean, and I'm not going to tell what first move I will play. Yeah, but I have a strong favorite.
I'm teasing, obviously. Christoph, you've won your previous matches, all of them without a need for a tie break. Now, having drawn the first game, you get the white pieces. How do you keep yourself in the right state of mind? Right, obviously, you're just focused on the next game. You're feeling okay. What's your mindset to get a little bit of rest for tomorrow and take us into the mind of a super grandmaster preparing for tomorrow's game?
Actually, the entire event I've been trying to win with white and clinch with black. It didn't work out against Itani Puya, but I was lucky enough to win with black in that case.
Right.
I mean, I think it's essential just not to make blunders. Obviously, easier said than done, but Yes, I mean, I'm playing reasonably well by this stage. So yeah, and it's also important, I think, to have objectives because the worst scenario is, for example, if you play with white and you are not sure if you want to win or make a draw, then I think it's like the worst thing to do because it's often like, I mean, it's easy to lose when you're in such a mental state. So yeah, obviously I'm trying to win tomorrow, but I also don't mind playing tiebreaks, even though so far in my career I think I've lost all of them.
Well,
yeah,
you may have lost tiebreaks, but you have an epic result against Grishik in our speed chess championship, right? Where you came back down 2 games. So do you feel comfortable against Sasha and Blitz if it comes to that?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, even more comfortable in bullet, to be honest. But there will be no bullet, whatever happens. So yeah, no, I'm very happy to play against Alexander Grishuk because yeah, he's obviously a very strong player, very creative person, and yeah, and with quite high rating, which I also appreciate. So yeah, very excited to have a chance to play against him, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. Well, I don't have any further questions for you. I wish you the best of luck, and I'm not necessarily rooting for tie breaks, but I do love chess, so it would be exciting to see you two playing in a blitz tie break, depending on what happens tomorrow. Vishy, any other questions before we let him go?
I'm still full of respect that he's on knight f3. So.
Yeah. That was great.
I mean, it seems like it doesn't even threaten anything, and then you realize that black simply can't play. So.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, young Christoph.
Hopefully see you next time.
Sure.
Right. Well, that was great, Vishy. He showed us what we missed. Neither one of us
that up.
Knight f3. That's kind of funny. Well, now we've got this game we've been kind of waiting to jump to for a little while between Svidler and Shanklin. A lot has happened. We should probably dive into this one because I'm not sure that the advantage has gotten any better for Svidler. What happened here over the last few moves? He did get f4.
Why didn't he play e5? Maybe he just thought it was very slow, and black's counterplay with a4, ab3, and rook a8 is faster. Maybe that he just decided not to.
Yeah. But I agree with you.
But still, I would play e5 here.
Yeah.
And if a4, I would simply go f4.
Okay.
I guess rook a8. You want to keep that ab3 till the end.
Yeah.
I mean, I can play knight c2, knight 1 to c2, and I've got my clamp on the other side. I kind of like this. I'm not sure why he didn't play e5.
Yeah, and also regardless of the concrete points you just made, that a4 doesn't seem to be, it's not without risk. It weakens b4 to this knight 1 to c2 plan, so that's important. But e5 just feels like the right way to squeeze the position because.
Yeah.
So anyway, Svidler may still have an edge, but instead of e5, he played the move f4. After the trade, we see knight c7 to d5, knight to d3, and bishop to d6. And are we caught up? No, knight takes e3 has been played, and this is where we stand in the live board. So white still has a little bit of an edge. You have the more active king, but I also think that e5 seemed like the proper way to squeeze the position.
I can't really see this one being huge for white. So, yeah, I don't get it. This one is.
Well, he's going to take with the bishop.
And then I go knight d5.
Right, yeah. Why allow the check? So now knight d5. And my thought was.
Maybe knight e5 check.
Knight e5, you take it. I take with the pawn.
But you have knight c3. Yeah, it's just not. I originally thought I can go king f3 and try to play for f6. It looks a bit weak.
Yeah, I mean, even the rook ending just doesn't offer a ton.
No,
Yeah.
there I would actually even hope for something because I could play f6 in the end.
Takes.
But knight c3, king f3. It's not that I really want to win on take the pawn on a2, but I want to play rook b5 or something and try to liquidate over there. Rook b5, you can still play f6. Knight a2, I have rook a1, rook a5, so that won't hold.
The rook b5.
But then f6 works.
Yeah, I like it.
So instead of rook b5, you can play e takes f5. G takes f5. But even there, rook b5, I have bishop f4, and I'm coming with rook g1.
This was partly why I thought that taking the bishop was better because of the constant threats of f6 and.
Yeah, well, you could, but after you take, what are you going to do? So knight e3, king e3.
Yeah, definitely a worse rook ending. We should note king and pawn ending not possible for the fans keeping track of how to lose into a king and pawn ending. This is exactly the type of combination you want to avoid when your opponent has a large space advantage with the pawn sacrificing for the breakthrough. Yeah, okay. Well, Svidler still has a teeny bit of an edge then, I guess. I don't expect any other move besides 95 check.
Look up, isn't it? So
yeah, exactly. Focus position number one, head in hand.